telemedicine technician here.
So under NTPC.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Neena Ravi. I'm currently working as a medical officer in the Telemedicine project.
Which project?
Smart City. Morning everyone, my name is Dr. Shalita Yadav. I'm working as a medical officer in Telemedicine project, Smart City.
Myself, Dr. Sanjay. I'm working as a medical officer department of the Smart City project.
Dr. Sagar Raj, working as a medical officer in Smart City.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Aman Singh. I am working as a medical officer in Telemedicine in Smart City.
Hi all, this is Priyanka. I'm a veteran for here. I'm not taking care of only NNCL project. I'm taking care of all the things, whatever you are seeing on there. So all the things are going through me. So I'm the veteran.
Morning delegates, I'm Amit Mohan, working as a content developer here under the project of National Medical College. So I deal with the e-content and educational content, also for the web and educational part.
Good morning to all. I'm Indra Pratap Singh, working as a general manager under the Smart City project. Since 2006, I have been associated with LGPZ Telemedicine program, and I am looking after primarily for the Smart City project execution and to roll out the different kind of model, particularly in the remote areas. So we are developing such kind of model for rolling out the project so that the telemedicine technology can reach to the last mile of the villages.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, I am working as a manager at the Fisher and Smart City Network. I look after all the Smart City nodes, so working well or not. I'm working as administrative officer in NMC.
Only call I'm sorry, work because it's legal technical officer in done for early or time to come with the support development and deployment of the research one and the challenges projects. Currently, the research one we are working on research 1.0, which is a combined function from research 1.0. Thank you.
I am Dr. Mishra. So I was earlier a general officer. Now I'm working in the Arabic Institute of Computers as professor.
Mohammed Da. Okay, great.
मैं उदिता हूँ, मैं लखनऊ से ही हूँ, पर मैं YTU के साथ हूँ काम करती हूँ.
Good morning. My name is Dabir Varsi, and I am working as a content developer under NMCL.
Good morning, my name is Alisha Harry. I'm working as a telemedicine technician here under NMC.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, and from working in NMC. Yes.
My name is Deepak, and I associated with Yes Technologies Company, which is taking care here at NMCL project. I am associated with the SGPJ from 2018, and my work is to look after the entire education which is being delivered pan India. And in this animation network, 50 medical colleges pan India is currently associated, and now Ministry is looking for extending this to 100 even more added in this law.
Good morning, everyone. I am Vijay Kumar. I am a project
Working center of
My name is Ashish Kumar.
I am Dr. H.K. Puri, retired from the Department of Medical Analysis. Now working under Ayushman Bharat, funded by NHM. And I scored more than 1 lakh technical certification since last 3 years. And I am
often GPI as well as second in the round. I am working as a medical officer under Ayushman.
Myself, Jyoti Aruna. I will work in telemedicine.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think
Who else left out?
Mr. Ritu, who is in the background, is coordinating all this.
right.
Where is it? We used to say it somewhere.
He's the network manager for the facility.
Another one, Arvind, is also. Yeah.
Arvind is in hardware. So this is the and now will the plan is several we'll see one after the other. At the Ayushman Bharat project, you can see the recently platform what we are consulting. Last mind. And through the CHO community health officers of the National Health Mission. And then we'll see one after the other smart city project how we are getting on. And so both the advantages and disadvantages. We are free to interact. I think staffs also are telling, don't hide anything. If you feel that it should be told, you please tell. So that they also understand and how we rectify or what solution we will make. That is the meaning of the workshop rather than just monologue. Okay. And if they cannot, sometimes it is there or something, I can address the issue. They are still, Professor Mishra made a little low profile, still we are looking forward to advisory from first time. By he is a nodal officer. I tell, sir, whatever you think, you please execute. I'm there. It's all staffs are there.
So what you have just heard from different category of manpower working here, essentially the infrastructure created to carry out research development, teaching, and also practice of telemedicine. And digital health, of course, came much later. Because when you started telemedicine only.
Right.
That time digital health was not introduced. That time only telemedicine, maximum HIS, HIMS, and also mHealth, all these things came a little later. And our institute started with 1998, the hospital information system, the first in the country. And it is developed by again in collaboration with Egypt. Okay. We started working on 96 on this development of HIMS, and it is deployed here last time. Now, all over the country, this project, this HIMS is being, it has gone to several iterations. Now it is completely cloud-based systems. Many of the hospitals are having this HIMS.
Right.
And parallelly also, telemedicine also came. So 1998, HIMS deployed. 1999, telemedicine started deployment. So that time we never envisaged that whether this telemedicine becomes so big that it will be replaced by digital health. A big monster will come and swallow this small telemedicine. But that's the way I think technology developed. What Mr. Bhai is talking about, we do not know what technology will tomorrow. So, but what we did is we visualized it into the future.
Yeah.
And created infrastructure which can accommodate all those things developed in the digital health in the future or any other technology developed in a single room. That's the purpose why this building was designed. And this building was designed not by architects, designed by us, as per the need we have it. Like sitting here, you can get connected to anywhere in the world. So that we thought of before the IP came into the picture. Internet protocol came much later. We have developed much before that. So I feel that this is not only we did it in here, but we took the leadership to promote this thing all over the country. Now this National Medical College Network you're talking of, when the project was designed, that time itself, we made resource centers in different parts of the country, north, south, east, west, and designed the network such a way that every state medical colleges, at least one or two to start with, should be connected to this regional center. Then there's a national center, like that. It's a kind of spread out national concept. Now what he said that now first phase 50 medical colleges, now they're expanding to 150 other medical colleges. So now it is 500 odd medical colleges. So once this impact starts, demand starts, then it's going to expand further. But definitely we took your that impact analysis is not being done. Till not people are happy with this project. At least the funding agency is not happy because you are not meeting their expectations. Because the NMCN success depends on the usage by the faculty and students. That's not happening in that spirit when it was started in that. Money is not a problem for the government. Even if the state government doesn't support, they can support. And this project was successful because high-speed internet fiber. You know, we have something called National Knowledge Commission. Long ago, India government started. They recommended optic fiber network all over the country. So this entire riding over that. All medical colleges of higher learning are over this pipe. And recently also the cabinet has approved extension of this funding for the National Knowledge Network. It will never stop. That's why you said what is the future. It will never stop. It will keep on going because government is banking on these things. Not today, tomorrow people will finally utility of these things. So in that aspect, I think this SGPJ's initiative has helped the country. Whatever projects you will see now, I'm not going specific projects. You'll see there and ask them, they will tell you what they are doing it. But I must tell you that this is not part of the system till now. These are all projects. Let me tell you. Even this entire building, this manpower, everything under project. Till now, government of PP has not made it a kind of dedicated center and funding it till. Only funding comes from this electricity, bill and AC industry. Everybody, the administration will or somebody. Whether it is a general administration, or network administration, or whatever it is, all project staff. Regarding the content development, everything is project staff. Only support you get from institute is this maintenance of logistics infrastructure. That's all. So we're hoping, we're keeping trying that they have dedicated high-end manpower like faculty members, R&D people. They should have regular grants, do research. The only things can happen in that way. And the other thing is this coordination, disjoint with the state government kind of mission. That is also not happening. But slowly with this coming up about smart city, I listen to that. Something we are doing that way.
I think before we start, I just want to take like a minute to set the context of why are these two people who are not from SDPJ here. The knowledge that you have is about healthcare, about application of the like आप लोग वो जो आप apply कर रहे हो, solution experiment हो रहा है, apply हो रहा है, utilize हो रहा है. We don't have that knowledge. We come from a very different school of thought slightly because हम जिस चीज में हमारी एक्सपर्टीज है वो डिजिटल इंक्लूजन कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम कैसे बना सकते हैं वो पूरा. तो व्हाट वी ट्राइंग टू डू इज यूज योर नॉलेज एंड आवर नॉलेज, उसको एक साथ लाके जो प्रोफेसर सरोज ने एक बहुत सही चीज बोली, वी आर ट्राइंग टू विजुअलाइज द फ्यूचर. हम वो कर रहे हैं. आपने 10 साल पहले फ्यूचर विजुअलाइज करके यू कम टू दिस पॉइंट टुडे. You want to start visualizing अब अगले 20 साल, 20 years from now, what you want to do. And so that's what we're trying to do. We want to use your application knowledge and medical knowledge and our digital inclusion and ecosystem building knowledge and इसको साथ में करना चाहते हैं. तो आप जब हमें अपने projects के बारे में बताएंगे, we'll probably ask you a few questions also. वो grill करने का purpose नहीं है, वो हम समझना चाहते हैं क्योंकि हम आपकी field से नहीं है. So we'll just ask you the little bit of questions to understand that more in detail so that then when we share our knowledge with you, we can visualize that future for the next 15 years, for the next 20 years. जो जिस तरह से applications अभी use हो रही हैं in today's time, the application might slightly change in the use in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. ChatGPT has changed so much for us in so many ways. For example, WhatsApp did not exist 15 years ago. So everything is changing. So we just want to understand a little bit through this. What are we doing today? And then 20 साल बाद हम क्या करें? So that is why we are here to understand that. And hopefully with our shared knowledge, we can transfer this knowledge to other medical institutes in India, but also take that knowledge to just institutions around the world also. So just we'll pick up this context at Kanasa. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So introduce guest have come. They are guest a part of our workshop only. Professor Sari Mahajan and one Dr. Manish and Mr. Bikajan. Bikajan is very familiar, which our way was here. So NHM ex-general manager there. So they have traveled down from city to participate in this event also.
In this call, we have planned that first they will visit and interact with Ayushman doctors, and subsequently we will do smart city, the first floor, and then subsequently to see the office projects. the bus, telemedicine bus and all. And it's not monologue. They are free to ask. We are also equally free to ask. So anybody is free to ask. So that's the way we go. And around the 12:30 to 1 o'clock, we'll have lunch, and then the movement will be towards class. So that's the plan. And whatever you want to really know about the education aspects, that's basically you have to see here the portal, everything is there, the contents are there, and everything about the National Medical College Network projects into what you have to see here.
The best thing is you have a soft copy, so you can share that with them. So they can see that later.
Yeah.
Play books here.
Yeah.
So there is a soft copy that we will give you.
The
So you should have.
staff can go to their respective places. Okay. And you do your part of the work simultaneously in your own.
Should be in the washing.
Something.
Project day will go on.
एक सेकंड कुछ क्वेश्चंस हमारे पास जो ऑलरेडी है will we be meeting all of them again?
And we will meet, or you want to ask now, during lunch time we can meet.
You will have some idea, no? What is being done there first, get that idea, then.
So we'll see all of them again, right? Later.
Their respective places, or we can back, we can free for.
So maybe, so we're going to go and see all the projects.
Better that
right?
respective projects you ask us.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually, I wanted to understand a bit more about the institutional capacity itself. Because you know, maybe we'll have that chance to ask the staff individually, but it's just something I thought I wanted to understand.
I understood that.
Yeah.
So let them go, you will start the work in the projects.
Okay.
Institutional capacity we can discuss. Then we will go for inspection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So institutional capacity,
You can go.
can I take it over this question?
Yeah.
Because this institution started somewhere in 1983 as a concept of super specialty institutions, where nobody thought about that super specialty institution can exist without the basic medical institutes. So we do not have any general training here, MBBS or RMS or postgraduates. Straight away, it is a profession. Because in 83, there the need felt that we have enough of doctors who are at the primary level, postgraduate level. We don't have any center to train super specialty, like a cardiologist, like a neurosurgeon. You require that kind of training. So they are the thinkers that time, the political manpower here. They thought we are super specialty. We got a big grant from Japan for super specialty institute. So this grant was diverted to this particular state. And in 86, then the DPR was prepared. And in 88, the first phase of the project started with 6 centers in place. That is the neurosciences. And each center has both medical, surgical, and a research component. Neurosciences, then we have the cardiac sciences, endocrine sciences, gastrointestinal sciences, like that, 6 sciences, and renal sciences, right? Then the supporting departments are the radiology sciences, like the first person is the nuclear medicine, so radiation imaging sciences, and other laboratory sciences. Laboratory science of pathology, microbiology, all those departments, right? So that was the genesis of this institute starting. Then later, many more departments and centers were added. Now it has become from 86, now it is 2023. So we have gone to the 3rd phase of this institute. And every 5 years, one phase, they're supposed to add another 5 departments, like that. Now we have about 32 odd departments, 33 departments in this institute. And we'll give you a computable book of the institute, so which we compiled in 25th year of the institute. So we'll have a copy of that also. So you'll find a little bit of a description of each department that time. That was in 2014. The computable book was prepared. 2014 or 15, I don't know, something around that time. So then the subsequently corporate hospital culture came in India. So all the super specialty training we gave here. First of all, 2 things it is proven. Madam also knows very well, she was in Lucknow, so it was first established and run in the foundation store in the their university campus. It was not a university that time, it was called KGMC. So, but somehow this foundation store remained there from 83 onwards. They didn't bother to develop this institute. So it is situated here and the foundation store laid down here. And it is proved that super specialty education can exist without having a medical, lower level medical degree here in the same place. Like for example, you can train a cardiologist without having a general medicine department there. So then they could meet the need of the country, especially the corporate culture. So all these specialists went to the corporate hospitals and they could manage that. Then we have these programs for DM and MCS for the high level training that also were introduced. And one thing is, initially, when we joined here, I joined in '89, we are given a freedom to think out of the box. It's not only that you are specializing in endocrine surgery, okay, you start endocrine surgery the way you feel like, because endocrine surgery is not existing in this country. So many of us given the full responsibilities like rheumatology, immunology, was a new department, nuclear medicine, was the first new department. So they are given a lot of freedom that you build up this department the way you feel like actually. And that has really resulted an example which many others followed in this country. So they are spread out in many other institutions also. There's one. Second thing is, another thing the freedom was given is you think out of the box, create something outside your specialties. For example, endocrine surgery, I could work in telemedicine. So that kind of encouragement came from there. Even if the institute was not supporting now in terms of making it a dedicated facility owned by institute, but at least they gave permission to do the activities. Gave permission to move proposal to the government to make this building, something like that. So my point is, many of us got that opportunity to do something on our own interest, passion, which the institute has encouraged. So this is basically, I'm talking about the institute taking care of super specialty medical care and is catering not only from this particular state, but neighboring states. It also contributed super specialty manpower and also in research development. There are enough of publications, almost there are top 3 or 4 institutions. And in the NIRF ranking, we have got some National Institute of Ranking framework. In that, I was position 7 now, I think. 7. KGMC has gone a point ahead of us. so we are now ranked 7 out of 500 odd medical colleges in this country. We are a dedicated university. We are autonomous, just like Medical University KGMC. We are also a dedicated institute. In terms of we can have our own programs, own degrees, and everything in that. So that's how autonomous character was given to this institute. We consume and KGMC also. We all consume a lot of money of the government budget, whatever is coming up. We major portion comes to these 3 institutions. The rest of things are distributed in the other medical college system. And the campus is occupied in 570 acres. Huge campus. I'll just take you around when we go back that time. All the hostels, residences, everything is inside. Self-contained. We stay inside the campus most of the times. Very few come from the city.
So just more of a, I guess, pointed questions. And this is back to our conversation yesterday about the questions we were trying to answer about. If you can articulate clearly, what's the vision of this telemedicine unit? What's the vision? What's the mission? What is the governance model for this institution? What the strategies are? What the capacity is to deliver that? The KPIs are? What's the resource mobilization strategy? What's the partnership strategy? What's the research advancement strategy? Just those sort of things, just to break it down back, because it's an institution. Okay, when I say an institution, this telemedicine, part, it's an institution. An institution try to deliver a lot of things. An institution has to have a vision, which hopefully is a bit aligned to the 15-year vision we were thinking about yesterday. An institution, yes, we saw the staff, we saw some of the organizational structure. You have medical officers, you have technical officers, you have communication officers, and you have management. And so I'm just trying to break it down into essential. And then I want to know also what processes and systems you have. Your project-based thing. How do you onboard project? How do you manage project? How do you offboard projects? So I want to get into the belly of the beast to understand a bit, if I could use that terminology.
Only on this School of Telemedicine, right? Not the entire institute. Right?
School of Telemedicine.
So what
and its purpose within that grander scheme, I understand, but just to understand. And also, I mean, I want to understand the nitty-gritty.
So what?
Right. So when I go to the project, I can relate a bit more. The project are self-explanatory.
Sure.
And for me, and let me maybe step back a bit to tell you why. Well, I think Udita explained what we're trying to do, right? First, we have established a global innovation center in Delhi. The Global Innovation Center in Delhi will provide certain capabilities to India and the rest of the region and as well as the world. Some of those capabilities are very specific. One of them is strategic foresight, trend research readiness. The exercise we started here with IMR, and then we started with, Gandhi Institute and also the George King Medical System College. That's all related to it, that this is a nucleus of how healthcare can move forward in the future while looking at its past to see what needs to be adapted and changed, but also to prepare really for the future and then how this is going to be driven. So we're trying to understand mechanically how to do that. So this was the future thinking, the trend research. The second part is that open innovation. What you have to do, I think out of all the projects, there's one or two probably related to other stakeholders. So it's a bit of an open innovation. But if we're looking at telemedicine, we're thinking the actual value of what needs to be. There's a lot of other researches that will need to be done in virtual reality, augmented reality, all these other technologies that actually all of the core problems you want to solve for your constituents need to start to be experimenting in some kind of POCs from idea to concept, and then hand it off to another path to scale up. So I am just, so that's the open innovation. So once we figure out where we want to go, what the roadmap is, how do you unlock that ecosystem to help seed? So think of it this way. The foresight is the seed. What seed do we need to plant? Unlocking the ecosystem is the nurturing environment. So we can plant those seeds when we should plant them. Then the next step of that is we have planted the seed, we've got the different type of trees we want. Then we will, one of the other objectives we do with this center is then we help scale up to SMEs and entrepreneurs, because obviously this institute is not a business of creating business. You're in a business of creating ideas and knowledge for a specific purpose. That has to be passed on to innovators, entrepreneurs, all of those stakeholders. Yesterday, we are following the discussion. We heard one of those stakeholders is Tata Communication, private sector, but they've got their own vision, right? But they will need to take that little proven seed and plant from you to grow it. But even if they're growing it, they cannot necessarily grow it to be exclusive to them. That's why I was asking a lot of pointed questions about opening it up, because they need to create a whole bunch of small and medium businesses that will then take that seed and spread it everywhere. Then the fourth objective the center is trying to help with is what we call policy experimentation or policy acceleration. There'll be a lot of policy frameworks that needs to be managed. That's a different framework that needs to be done to do that. And the last objective of the Delhi center, that global center, is to how do you now stakeholders create big projects together, big projects. So when I look across many of these playbooks, we call them playbooks, step-by-step guidelines, toolkits that achieve very specific objectives, can even be used here, capacity-wise, capabilities-wise, right? The Delhi center is to orchestrate, to share, to spread the knowledge, right? So for example, the three entities we're talking about in this, last mile healthcare could be partner of the Delhi center, benefit from the playbooks, but also the sharing. And then, so this is a bit, I just wanted to step back. That's how I want to go back down to here. What's the vision? maybe if we don't do this now, we can do it later, but I just wanted to, so we have the same common understanding of what I'm looking for. So then we can then figure out how do we get these whole three organizations functioning, driving that last mile healthcare, right? And really driving it in a sustainable manner. Sustainable manner, for example, I can tell you what I see, right? Since we're having a conversation. The first thing is say, what is your resource mobilization person? I know what all of us will do. We will double up the medical officer, I suppose is the project officer, right? We'll double up and give that job to the medical officer. But we have not necessarily given the capacity for project management or for resource mobilization to that medical office. That's a very specific function that needs to function together in a system. I was asking a bit earlier, what is the process for onboarding these projects? How long is the project? No end date. So it's not necessarily project-based. What is the offboarding strategy for the projects? All of that gets driven in a very structured way. This is what I'm thinking. And just that's why I wanted to understand a bit more. So then we can understand together. I don't understand what you know. You don't know what I know. Now together, let's figure out what we need to do. Let's agree to disagree and go in the same direction, right? And again, just anchoring it back to, okay, what are we doing? I mean, we're, you know, Delhi Center. These are the things we're trying to help countries with. You know, most UN organizations will go and put up their own centers. The Delhi Center is not, it's an ITU center, but it's not really, our intent is not to do anything there. Our intent is to use that to channel the knowledge back into the proper nationally owned centers. That's the only way it's going to be sustainable. We don't have money to give you, but we can teach you how to go get money, how to manage that process. We're not going to do research there. We're not going to put medical devices and all of that in POCs. We don't have to do that. There are places around who can do that. Then we have to figure out how you fulfill your part, they fulfill their part, and we put it in a system that's governed, that you all trust. That this is actually it's a system. We're looking at the system, figuring out how we get the system to be better, to work together. That's the bit of the narratives I wanted to, you know. So I'll stop here. Maybe there's some comments or reactions or.
No, I just want to not react, so just to give response to your observations.
Yeah.
So what we'll be doing and also sharing with our colleagues in RML as well as future agents. So that is the concept that we are developing now, how to integrate both three institutes. Maybe do something last night in this state. So how it does all this that you are asking, that everything has been documented, like your mission, vision, why this project was started here, why this program was started, SGPJ Telemedicine program. So it started as a project, but it has all well laid down objectives, what we are going to achieve, what activity we are going to do this, what we do for ourselves, what we do for others, where we collaborate, what is expected milestone to achieve, right? All these things are documented. We'll share you all those soft copies. If not today, because our busy schedule, definitely stay here today. I'll definitely provide. So second thing is many of the observations that you are talking about. We also thought the same line. So what are the projects we envisage? You can see only one or two things that we thought of sharing with you. We are just sharing with you, and something which we could not do it here, we have done it in other countries. Some of our ideas we could do it in other countries. Like I gave the example of DPR Korea. So we could not do it in this state, but we could do it in that country. So all those things we'll share with you. That the knowledge base we have created. But the most important thing I just want to share with you, with the activity done in HPJ, it has developed a national program for telemedicine. And not only in the program, we are also taking initiative to learn awareness and we formed the Telemedicine Society of India. In this campus, we conducted the first national conference for telemedicine in the 2001. And we developed the society here, and society office is just across the door. And first 2 meetings of the Telemedicine Society was also undertaken here. We know there are no claimant to do the conference in Palapur. And subsequently, we supported all the organizations for 10 years to organize this conference. And not only to organize conference, to connect to international experts like you or to bring them here, take part in this meeting. But none of them had their contact and everything. So because of my contact with WHO and ITU, so I could get in people to attend this conference and distribute knowledge also. And in that process, there is awareness in this state as well as in the country. And as Pradhan also has said, because of this knowledge base we had, so we could help the state government in exigencies like in COVID. Within a very short time, we developed a state-wide program. And Manish is also there. She was one in one of the medical colleges. So how we manage this COVID disaster? And the room we are sitting here, like that, several labs were converted overnight to the tele-OPDs. Just because we had this entire setup. And so the point that I want to say is, this knowledge base we could develop is because of this continued activity. Those that are small and bits and pieces. You could tell me, I got only 6 lakhs Indian rupees. I don't know how much it is in dollars. Very minimum amount money from the chief minister of this state, whom we invited him to inaugurate the telesurgery workshop in 1999. And what equipment you got it? A desktop computer with a graphic card for video conferencing and a web camera. Maximum money was kept for the ISDN for 384 kbps. Your engineers know very well. In ISDN in 1999, each ISDN has 2 BRIs. We had 6 BRIs for 384 kilobit for minimum quality video conferences to transmit some graphics, a medical graphics. And it was installed, there was no space, installed in my office. I removed all my office stuff and installed those things. At that time, there was only one company in India called Online Telemedicine Institute based in Ahmedabad. That company also we nurtured him, and he worked with us. And we could develop this telesurgeries workshop and meetings only on that money. And can you imagine half of the money was kept for the bandwidth cost? And unfortunately, our institute is 7 kilometers away from the nearest digital exchange. You know, ISDN has to work with a digital exchange. 7 kilometers. I mean, those days I remember sitting in the front of general manager, the telecom, requesting him. It took about 10 months to convince him to put posters. Every kilometer we had put posters to get that voltage. I still have the voltage meter, the yellow color machine to connect and find out minimum 86, 88 to have signal to start video conference. Still, my old office, the rosettes are been kept there. From telephone exchange, we have got in office. So the point that was a history, of course, and but those small activities has made us to feel confident that we can do it. The paying doctors, you cannot do it. You don't have engineering support to support these things. And those days, video conference is a big thing in India. Yeah. So then similar small projects. Who will give the money? If you go to the traditional funding agencies, they have no idea what is this talking about it, right? So we'll give all description, the chronology of development from 99, why you have come to reach this stage. What are the things we have done it? What are the achievable? What are the vision we had? What you could achieve? What you could not achieve? What projects we are still continuing? You could not offboard. All those answers will give you. Because that is very important for us also. If tomorrow we are going to work with the innovation center, so they should also know the what kind of strength we have, what kind of weakness we have. But not everybody can have both strength and weaknesses. And what are the threats we face also? This SWOT analysis also do time and again to find out what is the strength and this.
I think we understand that PGI has done so much, and there's so many other institutes around the country that have done some great initiatives there. The idea is because everyone's working in their own capacity and doing excellent work. Like you said, RML and KJMU and PGI all want to work together now because they see what PGI had done. Exactly. And the point is, like, we want to use this opportunity to bring the entire ecosystem together, because you're saying like this is not institutionalized in the same way, right? It doesn't have a system for telemedicine. The system will come in place eventually as the world is growing, as there is more adoption of technology. everyone would realize that there needs to be a whole system, guidelines, everything around telemedicine has to be more strengthened. And that will happen because of you. It will not happen because of us, right? But whatever capacity building when we're talking about, the questions that he's asking about resource mobilization, KPI, I think that will eventually help stakeholders like you put together that demand for it to be systemized within the larger healthcare of India.
Again, I'll just continue that thing. Like, for example, because of your presence, because of your kind of concept that you have said with the administrators. Yesterday itself, the director of RML is unofficial. But she said that we have allocated this particular space for attendance.
Yeah.
It is never known to her. She's there for 7 years. So that's the way things are. That's because the leadership is there. She's now head of the RML, she's now head of the KGMC. So that's why I put the fourth idea. Can we all work together? Ultimately, as I told you, their ownership. How long it will go on project? Going to upload it. State government has to take the responsibility. It can do wonders for the state. We can really make a lot of solutions for the state government to reach our last mile. But unless you make part of our system.
Yeah.
So that's what exactly Mr. Jain is here. You know very well. So much potential we all have. Join hands together. I remember the RML first video conference system was deployed. I was there 10 years ago. After that, no connection with the RML. But KGMs also worked hand to hand with KGMs also.
Also, we have to target the upcoming medical colleges in all districts.
That I told them
That
yesterday.
should be the part of the vision.
New medical colleges are come up. Every district government has its political agenda. Every district will have one medical.
Already we are having 35 plus.
52%. So I understood the points.
It will be
So-
75.
Let's go.
So what we'll do is just let's go.
We'll
and have
go
a look
see
around.
exactly, and we'll
Then
ask
come
our
back.
questions to the project teams and then come back here.
Yeah, I think if anybody will understand why I asked a lot of questions, actually you'll see in the workshop there'll be a whole lot more questions. So this is just preparing you for tomorrow and the day after.
I enjoy this question. That will help me in the kind of way.
We should also thank and welcome the online participants. Thank you so much for joining. I think we'll circle back with them after a while. They know how long we'll take to come back.
Okay.
Oh, we have Roger. Hi, Roger.
1 hour.
So we'll come back in 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay. So online participants, we'll see you in an hour. Thank you. We're going for some site visits here.
Hey, madam, you can look around this place.
Yes.
Anything want on this place? I'm very happy.
How are you?
बहुत एज होगी अभी जल्दी
अपने घूमने गए थे यहाँ पे फैमिली
Youngest boy who has covered all Bhavya. लगभग हमारे बचत पार्क और इसमें सारे नाम तो एक्सपीरियंस शेयर बहुत सारे लोग गए एक को रेडियो में लड़का उठा लेता है
अच्छा हाँ
अही मचाज नहीं का प्रथम से मैं वही नहीं आए हैं बस
अभी आएगा
Vidya Mudita.
My wife.
Oh, lovely. Oh. Hello. That's Dr. Anjali. Hello. Also Professor Mishra's wife.
Question one is the post-operative care continuum using the telemedicine. And Pradhan will be talking about the cancer care using telemedicine. These two are actually, you can talk of last mile insurance, whether it's not the result product. You okay with the book? Yeah. Fine.
पीछे से ज्यादा अच्छा दिखता है इससे ज्यादा start.
I think she is a Professor Anjali Mishra. I think she is a endocrine surgeon here only, working since long years. I think she has already published her paper in this area already, and I think she will give a talk now. Please, Dr. Anjali.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I thank the organizer for having me here. And I am supposed to talk on post-operative care and surgical care continuum. However, today I have to disrupt one of my patients' care. I'm in between the surgery. So let's start. So as we all know, and this audience need no introduction, that tele-follow-up facilities very well established in some countries, but it is mostly being practiced for chronic medical diseases like chronic kidney diseases or chronic cardiology ailments, where patient need continuous interaction with their physician regarding their dose adjustments and some consultation regarding some reports. Having said that, for surgery, it initially took a baby step, but it is very well established in some specialty, particularly those specialty which deal with not so intense surgery and where this thing clean surgeries are performed. So when we look at post-operative visits, so generally this thing, if we look from the patient point of view and even from physician point of view, the first post-operative visits usually involve either suture removal or patient would come back to us with complaints of pain, infection or bleeding in the wound or wound related problem, general nutrition related problem. And
There are some publications. All this areas of our regeneration. Which is relevant to the last month. मोहन जी क्वेश्चन पूछा सारे क्वेश्चन के आंसर करके आप
हाँ no after workshop
Sorry for that interruption. And this thing, besides that, we also provided a questionnaire to the patient to look into their satisfaction and their saving. Is ready to be discharged, then an appointment is fixed downstairs in this facility only, and the patient is explained about the procedure. Though nowadays this thing after COVID, everybody is aware of what teleconferencing is like, but previously we were this thing giving them live demonstration. And this thing, once they report to SCB Medical College for their follow-up, then on that day of appointment, morning telemedicine staff would inform to our senior residents, and they will retrieve all the records, whichever is desired, including their histology reports from hospital information system and place it in file. So this is like doctor is sitting over here in our boardroom, and their patient is sitting in the SCB Medical College. Here, one important thing to emphasize is like ours is a very diverse country and people speak different languages. So if a patient is coming to our centers, usually they will accompany a person who could speak Hindi or English. But while they are sitting over there, this thing local attendant could interpret, and this thing tell patients complain to us. So there are certain privacy issues, but this otherwise it's very convenient to the patient. So this is an example of this thing, our case. Like this patient is reporting for post-operative checkup, and she has come to ask for histology report. As we said, that this was reported as minimal invasive follicular thyroid carcinoma. Usually thyroid cancers are very indolent, and majority of these would not need any adjuvant therapy in form of radiotherapy or radioiodine therapy. So these patients could be followed up just with teleconsultation. They have to undergo initially 6 monthly thyroglobulin estimation, that is a kind of tumor marker, and ultrasound, which can be done at patient's place via any centrally available commercial lab. And like this patient is reporting a very low level of thyroglobulin, and this patient continued to be followed up on tele follow-up. So here we see that this is fourth tele follow-up this patient. TG is still low. That means we need not to do anything, and the tumor has not recurred. So she is happy doing tele follow-up, and her thyroxine doses are adjusted over the tele follow-up. So in our initial study revealed that majority of the patient come for this thing tele follow-up, mainly to look at their histology report and further discussion regarding the treatment strategy. After thyroid surgery, if total thyroid gland is removed, and thereafter patient is put on thyroid hormone supplementation, and this could also easily be done on teleconsultation. We need not to resort to any kind of physical examination of such patients. So these kind of diseases are very much amenable to tele follow-up, and a small minority of the patients were on thyroid cancer surveillance. As I said, that majority of the thyroid cancers are low risk cancers where there is no immediate threat to life, and chances of recurrence is also low. So the same kind of model could be adopted for the malignancy, which are least likely to recur. From patient's point of view, we did not calculated real cost effectivity, because the hospital has invested in establishing this facility. But from patient point of view, and like in our country, 85% patient spend out of their own pocket, and there is no universal insurance available. So it is a huge relief to the patient. And I believe like if this thing number multiplies, then it would be cost effective to the patient institute as well. We could charge a nominal amount from the patient and could recover our cost. And outcome needless to state that most of the patient reported it as good. And at that point, this thing nobody was paying, so that could also contribute to the bias. But having said that, even if we this thing look into the general inconvenience to the patient, it's a win-win situation for both parties, mainly for academic institution. In India, we suffer from a fact that for clinical studies, many patients do not come back for follow-up. And sometimes we need follow-up to look into the results of our own intervention or treatment. So in this way, patient compliance also improved, and we are also helped in that aspect. And majority said that they would prefer tele-follow. So thereafter, we are continuing with this modality. And once COVID started, and whole hospital took up the same model, and we were all the specialties were placed in this facility only, and we were giving teleconsultation from this facility. So, but in our experience, the reason for long-term follow-up, that is strictly for surgical patient belonging to endocrine specialty, was medicine dose adjustment, that is mostly hormone replacements, a minority for tumor surveillance. And as I said, this is win-win situation, not only for the system, but also for patient. And thereafter, once this thing, but we realized that with this facility, we were able to cater to only those patients who were reporting to a dedicated telemedicine facility. So thereafter, we took it to on social media, and then this thing, initially we offered the same teleconsultation, telefollow-up facility over Skype, and thereafter on WhatsApp, and the results have been encouraging so far for our specialty. So, but if we look at the care continuum, the care continuum for a surgical patient starts from the pre-referral screening, then surgery, and then follow-up. I have already spoken about follow-up, but in difficult situation, telementoring could also help, like patient could consult here. And if we know that one of our colleague can operate that patient at their native place, and if they need some kind of mentoring during the surgery, then we could also offer it. And it has also been practiced in many situations, like it has been done for gallbladder hernia surgery. So the important thing to emphasize here is that not all complex surgery would be amenable to this kind of facility. Only those surgery where this post-operative surgical risk is of infection and other complication is low, then we can augment those facility with help of telementoring and telefollow-up, like carotid endarterectomy, tympanoplasty. And this is one of our experience where we helped our AIMS Cochin, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences is located in Cochin, Kerala, southern part of India. So we helped them removing this parathyroid adenoma. The surgeon over there failed multiple times, and the patient was unable to travel here because of multiple fractures. So, however, the surgeon was experienced. We just helped them to locate the adenoma during the surgery, and then thereafter the patient had successful outcome. And one part of the continuum is education, and I need not to emphasize on that aspect. That is the same successful model all over the country as well as globe. So to conclude, I would say that telemedicine facility would, and I think now it is almost certain that it augment the status of post-operative care and overall health delivery care system. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? Clarification more. Mr. Mahmood, any questions you have?
No, I'm fascinated.
Actually, most of these technologies are not IP, where many of this older technology, telementoring you have seen, satellite communication, Indian satellite communication with 300 kbps bandwidth. So freezing every running video is not possible with 300 kbps.
But that's used for video conference. Is it like an inbuilt system that has been designed for telemedicine, or it's like Zoom, Skype?
No, those days Zoom, Skype were not there. That publication 2007. Later on, all these things came up. And these older experiments like telementoring you saw, we operated parathyroidinoma. So use standard video conferencing that is available by the ISRO. They provided us video conferencing.
What about now?
Human mostly, yeah, and whatever is available now. What makes Zoom, Microsoft. In Polycom, we have some dedicated conference, but that is again restricted.
As a surgeon, I mean, obviously, this can go to like to remote robot operated surgeries and things like that. As a surgeon, what you require to really do even a better job is from a surgery assistant part, but also for the post operative in terms of what you need. Like what are like real life data coming in, like what is it, or do you need to be able to? You need like verify, like there's
Yeah,
15 years.
so
What would
the
this
most important thing would be that on the other end, there should also be a person who is this thing reasonably trained surgeon. Or like if we are giving it just for follow-up, then we could this thing do it with just a nursing assistant or just any healthcare worker. But if this thing we are like doing telementoring, then there and the person who is operating has to be a surgeon with reasonable experience. And this thing, like for connectivity, obviously there are issues in our country. Real time, this thing mentoring, telementoring would not be as of now very successful in our country. That is going to take time. And as such, this thing, it would not be advisable for, like I said, complex surgery. But otherwise, like even this thing for pre-operative counseling or pre-operative this thing, scanning and post-operative follow-up, even the Zoom facility would work. But as of now, it would be better that if this thing, a person who is sitting other side, the side is a trained medical professional.
Many of the ethical issues are not being addressed regarding the surgical application of telemedicine, especially telementoring or robotic surgery is almost no in developing countries. In developed countries also there is hardly only 1 or 2 centers that they are practicing, like from Canada to Newfoundland. So they are doing some of this robotic surgery because Newfoundland is not accessible in the winter. Otherwise, not many experiments are done for telerobotics. Only in 5G came up, then they did some of the POCs. But telerobotics is not in the practice in the routine manner. It will take many years. There are many issues lying there actually, and especially the lag in maneuvering instruments.
I actually like what you just said. It will take many years. So the sign of telerobotic or telesurgery is there today. When do you think telesurgery will be possible?
I can't answer a question of 15 years or 10 years. Very difficult because the issue is who will ensure that lag is not there. With no telecom company will give the assurance. So I am stuck in the ethical issues. I cannot practice that.
Yeah, so if the lag is the main problem, in the foresight exercise we do, we have to see then what other technologies are coming up to create that lag, because the lag is the latency, right? I mean, what is the latency that you need to be able to operate a surgery? I mean, I've not looked it up.
Worked out. We require minimum 300 milliseconds.
300 millisecond.
Lag is acceptable. But
300 is doable in many places. In fact, I would say 300 is too much. 150 should be there. And then you'll need probably redundant backup because if one is messed up, the other one is.
That's what I said. We need to ensure that this thing trained person is on this thing. Whosoever is.
Some telecom company has to take the responsibilities, owning responsibilities. Okay. There has to be a fallback system.
Yeah, but in the future we can imagine this really. I mean,
actually, the telecom company will take responsibility if there's a policy around it.
Yes.
See, private companies will not get protection from the government, like if they mess up. But if there is a policy, then they have to become compliant to work with institutes like PGI.
You can have SLAs, but the point is you cannot take chances.
Of course.
So let me, I'm just being devil's advocate here to say, okay, great. So if this institute has to drive this for the world in the future, I guess the question could just be if there is private sector company who has this equipment to put that equipment and you connect it to fiber. You just sit on the other room and
That is done. That is done.
that's being done here.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You have the equipment.
Yes, yes.
You tell it. Okay.
Same room. I'm sitting here in the console and table is there.
Yeah. So you're doing this today.
Yeah, but actually this thing, but robotic as such is not popular. In fact, in America also this thing, only there are limited indication for robotic. And this thing in our country, I don't think so. There are more than 50 robots as of now in country. The cost of equipment is very high. Like this thing, our institute has one and we are in process of procuring second, but there is much difficulty in procurement of this, because even in government sector now, government looks, at least we should be breaking even so far as cost is concerned, and that is going to be a very difficult proposition for us.
So what does it get you today? What's the benefit of using this telemetry?
Robotic.
Yeah.
Robotic is actually it's mainly used for the area where this thing access is difficult, even with laparoscope. And the main area is one is prostatic surgery and one is transhiatal for this thing esophagus, where this thing esophagus enters.
More precise.
Yeah, more precise, and there you cannot maneuver even with a telescope. So those are the area, narrow area, crowded area, where we really need robotic.
And the high end right now,
Yeah.
but in the low end, it could also be other areas, could be anything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let us look at telemedicine has a lot of role in surgical application, interventional applications, many other areas. Just telerobotic is not a big thing. That can happen whenever the situation happens. But there's a lot of application of telemedicine that you saw just now in developing countries. So that let us propagate that. Telerobot can wait.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but the future is coming faster than you know.
Yeah.
Let us not apply the principle of 15 years.
We wait for the next election. That would be your answer, right?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
If you
Thank you.
excuse me.
Yes, please go.
Yeah. You please.
Sorry for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to one.
No,
हाँ,
thank you.
अरविंद थोड़ा देखो लंच पैक मैडम को.
So next is Professor Pradhan. He is speaking about. He will speak about the cancer care and telemedicine. So,
Okay. Where is the robot? The robots? The
and
telecell?
that is in the operation theater. So you have to change everything and go there.
We have to be in gown and
Yeah. I can send you photographs if you wish.
yeah, please.
I'll tell a big photograph.
I think with a few minutes only, if you have to little, I'll just describe that how we do the follow-up when it has never been thought of since 2003. And it continued with the same, like Dr. Misra told, with a 384 bandwidth initially of ISRO, then 2 telephone lines joined together 384 kbps. And what we thought that many of the patients from the Eastern India, they do come to us because the radioiodine therapy following thyroid cancer surgery is not available there per se. That's why we thought we'll take one example, and their continuity of care is for lifelong, because the recurrence can come after even 7 to 8 years. And the recurrence rate varies depending upon the risk status of the disease. It might be between almost 5% to 20%. That means if you do not follow them up, that you will have a recurrence and they might grow big and they will not be amenable to the care later on. That's the reason for follow-up of these thyroid cancer patients. So this example is a similar in terms of follow-up care. So you are thinking that what is the strategy down the line for 15 years? If you ask me personally, what I have learned is the strategy is you decongest the hospital. I am thinking these tertiary care hospital is overcrowded already in a country like India or China or any country where it is very highly populated. You can decongest a hospital for the follow-up care with almost, I believe that 30% of the care of these will go to the telemedicine only. You see? And the management is done mostly in the nuclear medicine. We are a super specialty, basically utilizing the radioisotopes for killing their cancers, for thyroid cancer. Follow-up is essential and it is lifelong. can we extrapolate similar telecare in other cancers also? Those who are slowly growing. If you want tomorrow that, okay, I'll follow up leukemia, acute leukemia, it will be little difficult. Okay. But if you say slow growing cancers, there are many like prostate cancers. You know how many people now suffer as the civilization grow, the age grows, the expectancy, life expectancy grows. So obviously they are bound to be in males, a lot of prostate cancer. The prostate cancer, thyroid cancers, neuroendocrine cancer, they are very slow growing. So they need to be followed up. And so we thought that can it be, if you show one model, then other model will definitely follow. Is it equal to standard of care? That we need to check up first, that we checked. And you know the prevalence and facts about India. I think there is a 97 per 1 lakh population. And oral cancer and breast cancer in female, oral cancer in males are more common. There is a significant rural and urban divide. Cost of management for public versus private hospitals. And the out-of-pocket expenditure, this is from a NSSO data, it is around 40%. By a sale of land or any other assets, borrowing from relatives and friends. So it's a huge burden for the middle income and low medical country. Coming to thyroid cancer per se, this is around 1% of all cancer. They are mostly well differentiated and they are thought to be excellent prognosis. However, there will be 20 to 30% patients which are intermediate risk and high risk, for which there will be difficulty. So the surgery is the cornerstone of the treatment, followed by radioactive iodine and thyroxine suppression. So radioiodine therapy is an essential component which is not available in the Eastern India that time. That's why we began, and needs lifelong follow-up. That's why they visit again and again to telemedicine, to nuclear medicine at SGPGI. So we want to avoid that actually. Why should they again and again visit for their follow-up? Can we really say that, okay, few people will only visit? That's why we make this to accessibility the student patients management with thyroid cancer in the form of tele-referral, tele-consultation and tele-follow-up. These are our objective. And the early diagnosis and treatment of persistent or recurrent disease with and distant metastasis. The strategy is for early management of the recurrence so that you can do surgery, you can give radioiodine, or you can do something else with the medicines like tyrosine kinase inhibitors. And the titration of thyroxine dose at timed interval in each visit, because it is known that when you age, the thyroxine dose decreases, and your goal in thyroid cancer is different. Like you have to see a thyroid stimulating hormone level for suppression of those, because thyroxine suppresses also thyroid cancer growth. Surgery is required, radioiodine is required, but at the same time, thyroxine suppressive dose is required. So that's why we do the tele follow-up. I think I will not go into detail. You see what is the bandwidth at that time when we began. This was VSAT broadband with 256 kbs, not even 384. That time from ISRO. And each evaluation, there is a nuclear medicine physician and surgeon. And there is a prior transmission of summary of all the radiology and nuclear medicine images. And this is the kind of metastasis. This is the patient with the thyroid remnant metastasis following surgery, long metastasis, and this is a lymph node metastasis in the medium, the mediastinum. This is a radioiodine scan which we do regularly. There is an algorithm. How do you follow up these patients 6 monthly or 12 monthly, depending upon the risk status of the disease. And 2-3 things you do, which can be done easily with the telemedicines. Why do they need again? You can suppress the thyroxine dose. You can see the investigation and see. You can see that if there is a recurrence or there. But only thing, because there was no ethical guideline that time, the telemedicine practice guideline came in during COVID time in March 2020. But for 2 decades, we worked for telemedicine. After that, the telemedicine guideline came. What we do is we instituted another surgeon who operates there, so that 2 doctors are discussing. So there is no ethical issues here. That's how we progressed. And the majority of local, what is the rationale? Why should we follow? Majority of the local regional recurrence develop within the first years of diagnosis. And 2 to 3 months after the initial treatment, we need to check the levothyroxine suppression. And what would be the long-term follow of these? These are basically risk-adapted approach. If they are low risk, you can call them yearly. If they are high risk, you have to call 3 monthly. And the time interval depending upon the restatus of the disease. And why it is done? Basically to treat the recurrence, if at all it is required. If they are not recurring, they should not come here again and again. That's the major reason. And there is a goal for short term and the long term. And what we do here, basically, once the patient came, we examine them physically. That is done by the other surgeons that side, which I agree to it. Then the ultrasound neck. But with the availability of the investigations and the current imaging, that I don't think almost 40% of the patient doesn't have to come, which I will show you with this data. Okay. This is just follow-up cases, direct patient interaction you can do with telemedicine. Indirectly, you can clinically examine them. Compliance of thyroxine you can see. Local recurrence you can assess. And you can also know whether they require further coming here or not for the radioiodine treatment. And this is also an ongoing telemedicine program for thyroid cancer patients. Today is also the day in the afternoon. If you want to see, you can see that how much crowding. These are all thyroid cancer patients in Cuttack Medical College. Okay. And this is a multiple tele-follow-up care, like sometimes in the medical college and the district hospitals in Orissa, and we have connected them. These are the multi-point care directly for all thyroid cancer patients you can do. Okay. And in the recent study, what we wanted to assess for so many years we have done. So we gave a thesis to a student just to assess what is our outcome in terms of 5-year, 10-year and 15-year survival. I think to assess their satisfaction and acceptance of the patient with the use of telemedicine technology, of the follow-up and economic benefit incurred with the use of technology. I think we are managing since 2003, approximately 450 patients as follow-up today. And the retrospective data we took, and you can see this follow-up, and you can see the data again. And you see the 256 patients who came in for the analysis. There are those who have all the parameters. They are male, female, the distribution. Normally it happens more in female, the thyroid cancer. And you can see the low risk, intermediate risk and high risk. Majority are low risk. So we are suggesting they may not come again and again to our center for physical follow-up, in-person follow-up. They can be remotely done. And intermediate risk and high risk, you can see this. And you can see this in the pie chart. The treatment response in patients after the first dose of radioiodine, what we gave. And you can see the majority patients are responder, and the minority are already there that they need multiple doses of radioiodine. And we need to cross-check them. And you can see the low risk, intermediate risk and high risk and their current disease status basically. And this is a Dr. Amita, I am in a lecture. I will speak to you later. And then, you know, the recurrence, and you can see that you see the low risk patient has a 6.5% recurrence, whereas the intermediate risk has almost 22.7%, and the high risk patient has a less recurrence. The reason, you know, the high risk patients are already called in persons, and even if they are telemedicine, their recurrence rate will be picked up much early. The intermediate risk category, which is the maximum category, they need to be followed up very closely, either in person or with a close follow-up. And I'm not going into detail. If you see the Kaplan-Meier survival curve of 15 years, what we are following, and this is the low risk and intermediate risks. They don't have much of it, and when you come to high risk, they are almost dying. You can see low risk category 15 years overall survival is 98%, whereas intermediate risk category is 96%, whereas high risk category belongs 56%. That indirectly means you can follow up the majority amount of these patients with the telemedicine, what you are calling them, to really make the crowd in the hospital. So that's the essence of this follow-up. That's how I am not going into this detail. I think in tele-follow-up, what really you get the satisfaction of the patients, as well as the surgeon who has done, the other doctor, and also the nuclear medicine physician who is following, saving of travel expenses of patients and relative. In India, you know, one patient comes, 4 people will come. Even if it is not a surgery, even if it is a medicinal procedure, that is our tradition and culture. So that's where it is required. Avoidance of inconvenience and loss of man working hours, education of patient, attendants, the relatives, surgeons, nuclear medicine physicians, and simultaneously also you can educate the residents who are studying. So this becomes the point to be taken home. And I think the telemedicine technology has been utilized for diagnosis of thyroid disorders, but it has never been utilized for follow-up of thyroid cancer. A subset of patients, 70%, did not have to visit Lucknow again for their follow-up, and 90% of the patients found to be satisfied with the tele-follow-up. That also part we have analyzed. Overall survival and recurrence rate in different risk category are similar to physical follow-up, but still these challenges will come in because people don't like to, if there is no pain, there is only growth, people do neglect because of their educational level. You know, unless there is a pain, people don't go to the clinics, even if you have a wellness clinic. Now the concept is illness to wellness, but I think in India, this is mostly illness to wellness. Okay, is a reverse. And these are the challenging cases which we returned them. We could not do anything. We became helpless. I think this patient, Professor Misra, I'll remind him now. He told I will operate. I send him. They could not intubate. You know, there is a huge mediastinal growth recurrence in a thyroid cancer patient, which is by chest X-ray. And ultimately the patient died. We wanted to have the tracheal stent to put so that they will not have hemorrhage. And you see the narrowing of the trachea, nothing could be intubated. The patient ultimately died. So these are the challenges in spite of your best follow-up, whether it is telemedicine or in person or anything. And I think you can see this radioiodine image and you see the uptake. Radioiodine was concentrating, it could have been treated, but the radioiodine will cause edema and will compress. So we could not dare to also treat with radioiodine. Neither surgery nor radioiodine, patient went home and died. Sometimes we utilize many imaging modality for thyroid cancer just to check. So that's why the image, I think this is the FDG PET CT. Yeah, I'm just finishing. And the lymph node and long metastasis in a patients. If this is the PET scan. 20% of the patients after doing the standard of care still don't concentrate radioiodine. There actually we need help. Now the telemedicine will be much more utilized for those patients who will be taking tyrosine kinase inhibitors and they will be followed up over years. These 20% high risk patients. I think I'm not going to detail from the FDG PET, you can prognosticate. I think coming to the conclusion, prior consultation and follow-up of thyroid cancer patients following radioiodine therapy through telemedicine to us appears to be quite promising for a vast country like India, where the tertiary care specialists are very few with a limited tertiary care facility also. It's possible for adoption this telemedicine tool for continuity of care of thyroid cancer and other cancers in any part of the world. This is the thinking process. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. Is it fair to assume that the telemedicine that you're using for thyroid cancer department, surgery department, is being utilized by other departments, the other surgery departments also that are utilizing telemedicine?
Yeah, the means may not be in our own hospitals, but I recently visited Tata twice.
But no, what about PGI?
PGI, they are not adapting. They are not adapting. Yet to be adopted.
It's interesting considering you have so much success in one department.
Yes, yes.
And you have infrastructure for that, and that other departments within the institutions are not adopting. So
yeah, they are not adopting. Because you know, you have to think, then only you have to adapt, then continue. Like you can ask me, are you continuing beyond your thinking process, or it is just a publications or something, then you close? No, we are continuing. We are happy. We are extremely happy with this process. That's why we are continuing.
We have been continuously pursuing with them, continuously motivating them, but unfortunately, that's exactly as told Mo yesterday also. We failed to make telemedicine part of the system, not only here, anywhere in the country.
that's
In spite of this competency, infrastructure, government is willing to fund, still people are not interested to take it. COVID was a saying that everybody has to do it. After COVID, again, it has become.
Come back. Yeah, that's it. They say change starts at home.
Yes.
If you can't convince PGI
Yes.
doctors to adopt it, how will
Yes.
you convince others to?
Just attitude.
No, but this is very good. This is
Yeah.
good to know. Thank you so much.
If it is made mandate, then.
Yeah, if the policy comes,
Resistance within the system.
I understand that, but considering how India is, and I understand the culture, of course, I'm from here. It's also a little unfair sometimes to always wait for a top-down approach.
You can't have same minds everywhere.
No, of course. But it's a problem of the people also. Like there is a problem of the system, I understand. But sometimes waiting for the system to change, if the people start at a small scale also, it can be other way around. I know it's
Yeah.
not, it doesn't happen too frequently in India. That's the cultural issue we're challenging. But I would expect like at a place like PGI where we have such amazing doctors that they would talk to each other and feel, okay, let's not wait for the system, let us do it.
no, my radiotherapy colleagues visited. They asked me once, twice that Dr. Pradhan, what do you do this telefollow-up? They were interested initially, but then later on they realized that no, we are already busy. We are already overcrowded. Why should we come to this telemedicine? But it's just a question. You will be surprised, Udita. I never expected. Recently, I visited twice in the last 2 years to Tata Memorial Hospital in cancer. I saw people are very nicely doing their telefollow-up. And one of the rheumatologists in Orissa is doing 3-4 clinics together, and he do in thousands with the clinics for the rheumatology.
Trained by the doctors.
Yeah.
Mindset.
Doctor have to
Basically the mindset.
So attitude, mindset, so many things there.
I mean, we devoted, I think I can say very clearly, Professor Misra devoted 2 decades to convince to the people. Thank God the COVID came. Okay.
Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Long
Thank
distance
you.
to go to another.
Well, I think this the temptation and previous one sort of brought it back down to reality. Why we're doing this stabilize.
So it's the turn of check out.
Should we turn off the video conferencing?
Let's ask.
Ji, go. 9 seconds. 1 7 1 2 1 6.
Yes.